Microphone audio. Goodness knows. I'm going to have to do something about that so I don't forget about it. Yeah, I don't want to do that, but okay. Wallet doers are doing that. Okay, cool. All right, good. So we've got lots of people looked this over. So what I'm going to be doing today is just going over bug fixes and bugs. So I think where I'm going to start is actually not with this one, but with... There's a bug that or a fix I submitted to Dash, not Dash RPC, although that one would be nice too. Dash something. Let me see if I can find it again. I think it's under Dash Pay, and I think it is Dash Core Lib, not Dash Core Node. Let's see if I can find it. And there... all I needed to do was update some tests. Wait, Dash Core Lib. Did this get updated? Somebody may have already made the fix. Oh, maybe it is Dash Core Node, not Dash Core Lib. Let's swappy doodle. There we go. Upgrade to ZMQ. Please, no. Alright, so this one's failing because the tests are wrong. Because the tests have locked in the behavior. This probably was done by accident. I'm not really sure how it could have been done by accident. It might have just been some sort of negligence of not actually checking to see why the tests were failing, but just fixing failing tests. I don't know, but all of the warnings and all of the errors are silenced, except for the ones that are warnings. So warnings are shown and errors are silenced, which obviously is not what's supposed to happen. What's supposed to happen is that warnings are not supposed to cause the program to crash, but somehow someone made a change so that the warnings wouldn't cause the program to crash and made it so that errors were both silenced and also didn't cause the program to crash. So this only happens when you're configuring something, which doesn't happen very often, and in most cases is done by an automated process, so the configuration is correct. So you normally wouldn't notice configuration errors because you normally wouldn't be doing any configuration. But if you're running Dash Core on one system and you're running the Dash D on another system and you want it to connect, then you need to configure it. And yeah, there's a number of things that don't work quite right. So there's at least, I think there's actually kind of some cascading issues here, but I think I'm going to worry about this one first and then open up the next PR. And I'm going to be listening to something while I do this, but feel free to say hello and chat. And if I notice some chats, then I will engage and come back to it. But my brain's kind of frazzled from, honestly, probably like 400 milligrams of caffeine. I had one too many sodas today because I was just chain drinking, because I don't know why. I don't normally do that, but today I did. And so my brain's like, bzzz. It takes a lot of caffeine for me to notice, so it must have been a lot. This is just water. Caffeinate, then hydrate. Alright, anyway, here I go. Okay, I'm going to have to probably clone this again because I think I put it in temp. Okay, so it was in the test. Did I update the test? I think I did not update the test. Okay, so I need to go check and see what tests failed. Okay, here we go. Okay. Log when warning is RPC and warm up. Oh. Well, let's find out what this is about. Because maybe the name for this actually should be RPC and warm up. RPC and warm up. Okay, so we should definitely... Let's go back here to -28 again. Oh. -28. E verifying blocks to E RPC and warm up, sure. Export dash. Oh, dang it. Ah. No, that's not the one I want. Let's see, load tip from node, is that here? Okay. 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 So... How do I... Not really sure what to do about this. Will log when warning is an RPC warm-up. So I'm not sure. Sign in stub, calls arc with code. Get best block hash. Verifying blocks. I'm a little confused about this. Get best block hash. Calls with arg. Okay. I'm kind of confused about how this works. This is some sort of mocking service. But I don't understand. Get best block and load tip. Load tip from node. Node. There should be instance of error. I don't know. All right, let's go see if we can see anything different in the output here. Okay, dash was used before it was defined. That's oops. Undeclared. Late def, yeah. That's dumb. Going with that. I've actually never... I guess this is technically possible. But it seems like other things would... I don't know, I guess I could move that around. Oh, late def, no funk. There we go. There we go. Oops. That's what we want. Alright, but let's go ahead and take a look and see what this has now. Okay, so something weird's going on here, because it shouldn't be possible for that to be undefined. Oh, it's a little tough because this doesn't... Where the error is happening and where we're seeing it are far away from one another. Is dash service not dash or something? ERPC. That's the same. All of these are declared up front. Is this... Maybe it's because it's supposed to be... Oh, I think I know why. Because it's supposed to be dash service. Because that's... Oh no, proxy choir. Oh no. Okay, I think this will work. Dang it. I'm just not clear. Okay. Will log warning. No. So, okay, I see what's going on here. So the thing that they want to test is probably not very easy to test. Okay. There we go. Call count. Oh, whoops. Oh, that doesn't look right. know what that means. Okay. Where did that error go? Calls with arg. Okay. There we go. It's hot. It is warm out tonight. I'm starting to sweat. That doesn't make any sense. It should be getting way cool. Maybe I'd turn on the fan just a second. I gotta get the AC in here at some point. I don't know how the noise reduction is on that. Let me try listening to myself for a second here on the YouTubes. It's pretty loud. Let me see if I can get some active noise reduction here, noise suppression. There we go. Okay, now that should be pretty bang awesome. Pretty bang on. I just need to hear myself. Yeah, I don't think I hear the fan at all. The fan's pretty loud, as you just heard. But turned on the noise suppression, now it's great. Okay, cool. That is, by the way, for anybody else that does streaming and wants to know how that was accomplished, that's under filters. I'll show you here. It's just the basic noise suppression. Normally I have it turned off because I don't like the artifacts that it introduces from time to time, but in this case, makes sense. Okay, what's going on? All right, what's this? Oh, this is just a notification letting me know that it died. All right, so what's the problem here? This is not helpful. What's the problem? Let's try test. 1586. Let's see if we can figure out why it doesn't like whatever is on 1586. 1586. That's not helpful. Oh, I didn't copy. I'm so used to having copy be automatic from my shell. I don't know what it's upset about here. We'll give RPC from client get block. I'm very confused. Okay, test error, yes. I don't know why. I don't know what to make of that. Okay. I don't understand why. I don't get what's going on here. I don't understand why it's giving a call stack. Okay, I guess it does it in plenty of places. No? Uh, how do I get a diff between expected and actual? Oh, interesting. Hmm. All right, so this one is... That should have passed. That should have passed. I'm just very confused about what the test framework is doing or trying to prove. Because it's just showing a bunch of errors, but these are the errors that it's expecting, so why is it showing them? It's literally saying, will give error after so many retries. Okay, yes. Oh, or is that because I'm logging the error? Is that why that's coming out? All right, maybe what we need to do to help me a little bit is look for these debugs. And then just do this. Because I think what's happening is its colorizer is confusing. All right. This is just so confusing how it's printing out all these things. But then at the end, okay, there's a failing test. Dash service will give error after 60 retries. Oh, expected. Yeah, this to be an instance of error. Okay. Well, we can fix that. We can make it an instance of error. Fine, whatever. Will give error after 60 retries. Okay, I think I see what's going on here. I think there was another spot where it's programmed to silence fatal errors. So first, let's go up to var e or RPC and warm-up error equals new error. Let me just pass in verifying blocks here. And then we can do RPC and warm-up error dot code equals, and then technically this should actually be object dot assign, and then we would pass in, whoops. And the reason this should be object dot assign is for if something checks types, object dot assign returns a union type. So this is one of the beauties of JavaScript's built-in typing that very few people are aware of, is object dot assign actually gives union types. So if you want a union type, that's how you do it at runtime, right there. And then if you use type checking tools, they understand that object.assign creates a union type. As opposed to what I was about to do before, if you do something like this, then that's an error because you're taking a type that doesn't have a code on it and you're assigning code to it. Whereas here, you're taking a type that doesn't have code on it and you're making a union of it with a type that does have code on it. All right, so that should fix the one error. Okay. Um, Hello, how goes it? Hey, Lindy. It's going all right. I'm just trying to. There's a bunch of tests. I don't know how this happened, but there are tests in Dash D that the tests enforce that errors that are fatal errors should be silenced and ignored and not reported. So there was some, if somebody was drinking too much one night, or I don't know how, and there's also a PR review process. I have no idea how this could have happened. I can't fathom it. But somehow, at some point, warnings, non-fatal warnings were introduced, and all fatal errors got treated as warnings, except that not only do they not cause the program to fail, like warnings don't cause the program to fail, they also don't log out any of the error information. And so I am fixing that. What do you call that when it retro whatever that thing's, regression? Or I guess it does. Maybe it doesn't qualify as regression. But yeah, I'm fixing that bug. Well, pro tip: let errors bubble until they burst. You will see so much code out there, and the reason is because when you're giving an example, typically in examples you don't care about the errors, but sometimes, for whatever reason, they want to show in the example there could be an error, so they show it just swallowing the error. They'll just put a try over something, and then the catch will do nothing. And you should never, well, first of all, you shouldn't use try catch, because the only reason you use try catch is if you're going to correct or classify. Because if you catch an error, that means that you've taken it from an erroneous state, you are able to determine something different by inspecting the error, and then you are able to move forward with a correction. So a benign error that could easily be corrected is, say, the system accepts emails and somebody puts their email address in with capital letters, and this is invalid for an email address. You could throw an error to the user and say, you must use lowercase letters for email address. That's not really necessary. Instead, you can just lowercase it for them. So that's the type of error that you could correct. You could say, yeah, we know what to do here. Or if the user is trying to place an order that they've already placed, well, that actually could go either way. But there's certain things where the user's trying to do something that they've already done. A lot of times you don't need to tell them you already did that. You just correct it. You just say, oh, you've already done this. We can tell you've already done this. You've already set your favorite color to red. We don't need to give you an error. Error. Can't set favorite color to red. Favorite color is already red. If they try to set their favorite color to red and it already is red because they clicked a button twice or something, you can just say, oh. That's an error that you can correct. And errors that you can classify are things where the error might be really have a useless value, like I can't think of one off the top of my head, but usually it's with databases, like the not found error in the database. You could classify that. So if you just tried to query for user information and you got back a not found error, well, throwing back not found all the way to the user might not be useful. But what you could do instead is you could classify the error. So you could take the base error, you could add more information to it, such as user X isn't found as one of your friends. And in classifying the error, you can pass it back up, and then it's useful. Whereas if you were to not catch the error to check to see if you could classify it, and basically if you can't classify the error, if you can't correct the error, you rethrow it in those situations. But if you can correct or classify it, you might rethrow it. If you're classifying it, you're going to rethrow it after you classify it, meaning add additional information or context. And if you corrected it, you wouldn't throw the error, you would just return the corrected object, stuff like that. I did a test, did test code with JS with 4 lines of code to see if I can get the Boolean value where number 1 equals 5 and 2 equals 9, since it was something I was practicing on Mimo. I don't even know what that means. But yeah, if you compare num1 and num2 in that instance, which in this case I'd probably just call it A and B, if you're... But I don't know. I guess you're saying this is a theoretical example. This isn't a practical example, so call it whatever you want. But yeah, and also in JavaScript, remember, you always have to use triple equals for checking whether or not something's equal due to bugs in the language early on that couldn't be corrected because it was already deployed in lots of different web browsers. And JavaScript has a lot of bugs that a lot of people was like, oh, did you know you could do this? But don't do that because it's a bug. Did you know you could do a double equals and compare the string one to the number one? That's a terrible idea. That's just going to lead to bugs in your code. So if something is a bug, and there's a series, Croc on JS, let me see if I can bring this up. creedsofcraftsmanship.com. From creedsofcraftsmanship.com, you can go to Croc. If you want to learn JavaScript, this is the full 9 video series. Right there. This teaches you a lot about the history of the internet. The first few videos aren't really much about JavaScript as they are just the history of the internet once he gets into the main presentation segment. But he teaches a lot about the history of JavaScript and early errors and things that people will tell you were cool when they find out about them, but that you shouldn't do because they're bugs. A lot of times, it's weird. People find bugs in languages or weird things in languages, and they say, oh, this is cool. No, there's nothing cool about having a program that crashes. It's not cool. Also, you're going to see a little bit of debate about this, but in general, don't use const because you're dealing with variables. If it's a variable, you can either use var or let depending on the constraints, but people use const, and it became this moral thing of const is morally better, but it's confusing because you would expect a const to mean constant, as in something that doesn't change. But for example, right there, you've got const sum equals num1 plus num2. Well, that's variable because it depends on what num1 and num2 are. It's not constant at all. It's completely variable. And then if you do const array equals empty array dot push, well, that doesn't make any sense. That's not constant. That's a variable. You changed it. So if it depends on something else, or if it can be changed, it's not a constant. But yeah, it's a lot of the insane running the asylum out there. So a lot of people that don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what const is for, or why you'd use it, or what type of optimizations that it could have, and yada yada yada. They don't know what they're talking about, but they'll tell you that you have to use const. Well, why? Because it makes it so things are constant. Okay, well, you type out a little bit of code and you see that it changes. Explain to me how this is constant. And then people use ternaries. They start writing sub-programs on the right-hand side of a constant. And you'll see question marks and colon, and then another question mark and a colon. And they do this so that it's constant. Well, obviously, if you're having to write a program to evaluate the value of it, it's not constant. Because if it were constant, you wouldn't need to evaluate its value. It would have a constant value. And then there's people that argue, oh, well, it's because the reference is an immutable reference. Well, that's different. There is such thing in programming as immutable references, but they are not constants. Constants are pi is a constant. If you've got a magic number like 4 for a fair dice roll, that's a constant. Constants don't happen at runtime. They happen generally because they exist in the universe, like E and pi and whatever else, or something that's compiled into your program. Like random number equals 4, because it was chosen by a fair dice roll. If you don't get that reference, it's from XKCD. Anyway, let me take another minute here. Will give error, blah, 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 blah. Let me try this again. Will give error, immediately fail. For fatal and unknown errors. All right, let's see. So this one. Well, I can't see the code formatted. And it's not a real program, so it's really hard for me to say, does it look okay? It's not a real program, right? So does it look okay is always in context of the problem solution statement. And you don't actually have a problem, so there's not actually a solution. So, and it's not formatted. And the most important thing about code is formatting. Formatting comes first. You have to have your white spaces aligned and everything. Also, you'll have people tell you don't use semicolons. I, of course, believe that because the language requires semicolons, you should use them. Relying on autocorrect, because what happens is that the interpreter has, as part of the specification, an autocorrect. And so the way the autocorrect works is that it goes until it encounters an error. If it encounters an error, it branches, it backs up, it inserts a semicolon, and then it continues again to see if it encounters an error. And if it still encounters an error, then it throws an error back up to you. But this is more work on the compiler, which is not generally a big deal because it's a micro tick, as it were. It's a very small amount of time, but it does make the compiler slower because it has to try more logic. And I'm sure there's certain situations where it could be significantly slower because of chaining of things that continue to seem like they work if you continue to insert semicolons until eventually it all fails, but then you get the error in the wrong place because the error actually happened well before, but the where it's showing you the error is much later because it was able to do this. So the language of JavaScript unfortunately does require semicolons. They are not optional. However, the interpreter will apply an autocorrect mechanism to insert them if you did not type them yourself. So the language requires them, but there is an autocorrect mechanism. So, but what you can do instead is you can use autocorrect tools like JS Hint and Prettier, and the autocorrect tools will do the same thing, and it will insert the semicolon, and then there's no confusion. Because when you look at your code, the way that your code is exactly the way that your code runs. So I don't like useless abstractions. I don't like abstractions that increase complexity of something with very little benefit. You don't have to type the semicolons. You know, if your poor little pinky just can't handle it, you actually don't have to type the semicolons because you can use JS Hint and Prettier. And by the way, I would never recommend anybody start any sort of coding without installing the tooling for the language first. And for JavaScript, that's JS Hint and Prettier. There's also another one called ESLint, but that's more for TypeScript and ECMAScript and other languages that are spin-off languages from JavaScript. JS Hint is for the actual language of JavaScript, not for all the spin-off languages. So JS Hint and Prettier are a great way to go. Also, I only want one thing per line. So an example of what you've done is you have console.log sum less than or equal to 20. Now, because this isn't a real program, because it's a contrived example, it's kind of hard to say, well, what should this be? But the way that I have learned to do this after many, many years is that there should only be one operation per line. So I would say and then this is a stupid name because we don't know what this represents. Let's say that 20 is less than or equal to 20 is under drinking age. So I would do let is under drinking age equals sum less than or equal to 20. And then I do console.log is under drinking age. If you use lots of variables, it doesn't slow down the code any, because the compiler has to do all of these things anyway. The computer can only do one operation at a time. So if you try to combine multiple things on a single line, when the interpreter or the compiler comes across them, it still can only do one thing at a time. So it has to follow an order of operations, and it has to move things out, and it has to create temporary variables, well, memory spaces for things, and yada, yada, yada. So I have learned that it is just better to write code more similar to the way that A, the compiler is going to interpret it anyway, but B, to basically be as descriptive without being verbose as possible. And so if you do, somebody could wonder, why is it important sum is less than or equal to 20? And who knows why it's important. But if you have a variable name, let is under drinking age equals sum less than or equal to 20, then it is immediately obvious why that's important and what it does. And you don't have to add comments to your code. Problem with comments to your code is comments can't be checked by code tools. And so comments will become out of date with the code and then eventually lead to confusion. So in almost all cases, almost all, not all, sometimes you need a comment above a function to describe what the function does, because realistically it needs to do something that's moderately complex and it needs to be described. But almost always a comment above a single line of code can be replaced by using variable names. So I am a man of many strong opinions. and they work well for me and lead to me having great code. People who have to read my code can, it seems, can generally figure their way around it when it's good code. Not all of my code is good code, but when I've written good code, people generally seem to be able to find their way around it. And most importantly, I myself can find my way around it later. And what you're going to find is that the number one idiot that has to figure out what your code does is you 2 weeks from now, or 2 months from now, or 2 years from now. And so you have to remember that you have a very small brain and very little can fit in it. And the purpose of the computer is to assist your small brain in doing more things than your small brain can do. And you want to help yourself do that too. Or you don't. But hopefully you do. And so as you write code, if you consider it from the perspective of this code needs to be something that I can understand when I can't remember this in a couple of years, then you will do much, much, much better. But there's a lot of trends in the industry that have just taken good advice and gone too far. You'll see a lot of people have one function per file, which is ridiculous because then you have to check hundreds of files in order to figure out where something's being done. And that's really obnoxious. So there's an idea of break things down to a manageable level, but don't break them down to an atomic level. Because if you break them down to an atomic level, then you can't understand anything. My loose rule of thumb is a function, whatever it is that you have set for your editor, and hopefully you don't do this with your editor. I see some people, they literally code like this, and I don't know how they do it because I can't process that much information visually. I don't think most people can process that much information, but I see people, they code like this. So I set my font large enough that I can stream, and I try to keep my functions, as a general rule of thumb, this is often broken, but I try to keep them to about the length of a screen. There's a lot of times with the type of stuff that I do where I feel like that has to be broken, excluding constructor functions because they have to contain all the other functions. But with functions, if I can keep them to a screen, that's good. There's a lot of principles. I gave a presentation on let's see, I called it the Zen of programming. Here it is. You can check this out. Okay, Visual Studio Code often has a lot of good tools that you can use. I recommend learning Vim. It only takes about an hour to learn, but it does take an hour to learn. And one of the best ways to learn it is with Vim Adventures. It's mostly muscle memory. There's Vim Adventures, and then there is Vim Essentials. So I recommend Vim Essentials because it's basically, you can get on any computer within a couple of seconds. Well, not a couple, a few seconds. You can be up and running with a fully blown editor. You could have never touched that computer before, and then just, boom, copy and paste Vim Essentials, and then you're good to go. So I highly recommend Vim Essentials and learning Vim, but VS Code is good if you're not going to do... Well, I just think that if you're going to be a programmer, you need to learn how to use the computer. You need to learn how to make files and folders. You need how to move around between files and folders. You need to know how the computer works because you're programming the computer. You need to understand how to do arguments. Like these are fundamental things that, basic fundamental things that most people don't ever learn. And I see so many people that are new to programming, they don't know how to make files and folders. They don't know how to do really, really, really basic stuff because they take all these cheats and try to, do all these things that are going to get you to learn faster, but they just skip all the fundamentals and all the basics. So there are times when I myself will use VS Code, but it's just so darn slow. And it doesn't work on If I'm trying to log into a server to debug a problem, you can't use VS Code there. Vim is what you're going to have. And so that's kind of my thing. I don't know what solo learn is. I don't know what decoder is. And I don't know what Mimo is. But it really doesn't matter what you do when you're getting started, because you're just kind of fumbling your way through and figuring things out. And VS Code, I don't think that it's among the worst. I think that it's among the best. But I think that Vim is the best, because it's just so fast, and because it works everywhere, and because you can replicate a good setup that's 90% of what you'd ever want in a matter of a few seconds on any computer. But, as long as you have good plugins in VS Code, you've got the JS Hint plugin and the Prettier plugin in VS Code. As long as you have those, you can write JavaScript and do a decent job. Now, I don't know what all the configuration you have to do. It would be nice if it just loads that stuff and it just is automatically configured. I don't know about that. Vim Essentials, there's basically no manual configuration you have to do. It's a very simple baseline setup that's fairly unopinionated, meaning that not a lot of sophisticated changes that are specific to a particular personal style. It's very, very vanilla with a very, very small number of lines of configuration. But VS Code is good as long as you have good plugins for it. And Vim is no good if you don't have good plugins for it. The stock Vim with no plugins whatsoever would be an atrocious thing to use. So, solo learn being a sandbox for testing code, that sounds like a crutch. You should be able to just get stuff installed on your computer. And so I'm going to point you to webinstall.dev, which is the same site for Vim Essentials. So whatever it is that you're programming in, you should be able to install that on your computer. You should not need a sandbox. I mean, there is a good reason to have a sandbox, but I doubt the kind of things that you're doing with teaching exercises are things where you need a sandbox. If you're doing Node or Bun, you should be able to use Bun nowadays. You shouldn't have to rely on Node anymore, but whatever. Bun or Node, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, except that Bun is modern, faster. It's also newer, so there are some stability issues that pop up from time to time, and you have to use Node for certain APIs that aren't implemented or whatever. So, but let's say it's Node. You should be able to run Node on your computer without a problem. You should not need a sandbox. If you are relying on an online sandbox, you are doing yourself a disservice. I know that it's some setup time to figure things out and get things installed, and the selling point is, hey, don't learn how to use your computer? You can start coding right now. But to what end? Take the half hour or the hour or the day. I don't think it should take that long. If you install Node from Webby, you should have it lickety split. And then also just using your browser, right? You go in the console here, console.log. 9 is less than or equal to 20. But if you're using the console in Node, you have to use var. I think that's still true. Well, let's var num2 equals 5. Var is underage equals num1 plus num2, or I guess it was what, sum var sum equals num1 plus num2 is underage equals sum less than or equal to. Actually, this is what I would do, because it would be a lot better. Whoops, it'd be a lot better if we could just do var, or in this case we could do const. This would be appropriate. Const drinking age equals 21, and then rather than do less than or equal to 20, this reads a lot easier. Drinking age. And then we could console.log is underage. So just using your browser, and I did the keyboard shortcut, which is Command Option I. I think on Windows it's Command Shift I or Control Shift I or whatever. But you just go into your browser tools, more tools, and you can't see it over here, but it says Developer Tools. Option Command I. Yeah, Option Command I. You can't see it, but it's there. And then that opens up this window, and you can click on Console, and then you can just play around in the console. But if you want to save files and be able to run them, then you just put them on your computer, and then run it that way. Oh, to test code on mobile devices. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know about that. The whole idea of trying to program on a phone, it gives me anxiety. Trying to program for a phone, cool. Trying to program on a phone, that gives me anxiety. There we go. Anyway, okay, what was I doing? I got off track a little bit. Let me get back on track. Did this finally pass? That's what I need to know. What? No. Why not? Wait, did I not push this? Looks like I pushed it. 2 failing. We'll give RPC from client get block. We'll set height and emit tip. Cannot read property message of null. Uh-oh. I'm confused. If there's not an error, why would you read the message on an error that doesn't exist? 874. Oh, I know what's happening here. I know what's happening. I tried to fix it. Okay. And then we need to change JSNTRC up to ES version. What is it? Oh, weird. Projects, BNNA. No, dash maybe. Dash tools. So, I guess you have just begun programming. Congratulations. Do you have any projects of things that you know that you want to work on personally for you? ES version 11. Okay, there we go. Sure. All right, so now I go through, and I just need to update my error messages where I'm debugging stuff, and then I should be able to get rid of these entirely because these are just for debugging. Okay, game development through Unreal Engine. Why have you chosen an engine first? All right, I'm going to push this, and I think this is done, and then I should be ready to move on to the next thing. Constantly appears for me when I launch Epic Games. But do the best games use Unreal Engine? Actually, that's irrelevant. I would say set your sights a little bit lower to something that's more immediately attainable, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe Unreal Engine makes things... I'm not interested in games, which... I play Tears of the Kingdom. I play Zelda. I play Nintendo. All right, why is the run failing again? Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, whoops. RPG in a box? I think I've heard of that. That one sounds a little more... I don't really know because I don't do games. But that one sounds a little more attainable because I think you basically get a toolkit with some sprites and then you do logic that's a little bit more basic. Oh, this has a lot of builder stuff in it? Yeah, that's a different world for me. And you probably wouldn't use Vem for something like this. Because if you're mixing design and code together, then I think it makes sense that you would want something that does a better job of handling those side by side. And Vim would probably not do that. But this, to me, this looks like something that's more immediately attainable. But it could just be because I don't understand Unreal Engine. But the games I've seen with Unreal Engine, and again, I'm not a gamer, but the games I've seen with Unreal Engine, I think one of them, and I could be wrong, I could be getting it confused with Unity, which I think is in a completely different ballpark. But there was this game Rime that I played, and it was just so awkward. Let's see if it says what was this developed in. Just the physics were really, really awkward. But then again, I'm coming from Nintendo, and I did not realize this, but I watched a video from a game developer, and essentially Nintendo has the best physics engine out of Xbox, PlayStation, you name it. Nintendo, they just get physics down. And I did not realize how hard it was. And he explained this problem of stairs, and basically how the only game that's ever gotten stairs right was Breath of the Wild. Although this one, it got the stairs okay, or at least, well, I guess, I don't know. Unreal, let's see. Rime, no, maybe it was Unity. Rime built with Unreal. Okay, yeah, this was built with Unreal. So this was one of my experiences with Unreal, and it was a beautiful game, but the physics are just so awkward. Falling off cliffs, climbing things, it's just a lot of stuff that was really, really weird to me. And so, because it was awkward, that makes me think that it's really easy to get wrong. And if it's really easy to get wrong, that means it's really hard to get right. And so that's where I'd say something like this, if you're moving something, a square that's a discrete unit, and you've got discrete things to work with, it seems like that would be easier to deal with than non-discrete units where you have to guess and check. Did it go up? And if it did, then take it up, unless the guy explained it. You have to check if the character would step up. But then after you check if the character would step up, you have to check and see if they would fall. And then you have to, I don't remember what it was, but it sounded really complicated. I understood what he was saying, but it was like tons of stuff to check. Unreal 4. Indie horror first person game. Okay. Well, it's a long road. It's a long road. But you can get there. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because I actually don't know the feasibility of a single person creating a game with any engine. I totally believe from the RPG Maker that looks like a single person could get that done. I could be wrong on that too. But I imagine, I don't know. I don't know once it gets to the complex 3D games. When it's like 2D and isomorphic games, yeah, I can totally say that a single person could get there. When it gets to, because I mean, you got to hire out the graphic design then, right? Because, or maybe they have so many toolkits and texture kits or something that maybe you could do it. I don't know. That sounds daunting to me. It's not the kind of thing that I personally would take on. I take on things that are very protocol level and not anywhere near in the realm of gaming. All right, so let's see. Did this thing pass this time? No, still no. Why? You've got to be kidding me. Why? What? Unexpected token. Oh no, this is running on node 7? What? I don't know how to fix that. Hold on. I thought... Wait, what is this? What in the world? What in the world? Node version 7. Oh no, Dash Core at 7. Alright, let's try this. I'm pretty sure that we need to have node 18. Oh, please don't tell me that this still has the node V18 bugs. Please don't tell me it still has those bugs. Let's see here. Well, it sounds like you've researched this quite a bit and you've got yourself a path forward. What is Miku Miku dance? Node 14. Interesting. All right. Let's see if we got this thing going through. Looks like still no. Wait. Test all run. Cool. All right. Now I can go back and fix a couple of other things. Let's see. Okay. Update package lock. Okay. Alright, now I need to go and get rid of all my debugs. Alright, this should end. Don't silence non-warning errors. Well, dang it. I Do the same thing twice in a row. Now let's try it one more time. This time I'll just do one thing. Get that working. And then do the other thing. Dang it! Why am I having so many problems today? There we go. Alright, let's see. Okay. Let's see, scripts. All right. All right, let's see here. All right, let's see. Editor config. Tab width. Okay. See, single quote is going to be true. Hmm. Um, print width. Let's get that set. Edit. I thought it said that it would respect .editor config. .editor config. I'm a little confused here. Whoops. It says indent style equals space, right? Okay. Alright, what's going on here? What? Okay, so which is it? Is it single quotes or double quotes? What are we going with here? Whoops. Quote mark, single. Wait, no new is true. Alright, what's going on here? Why? I'm just a little confused here. Why is there such a big difference? Okay, that doesn't seem like a big difference. Let's change. Let's see, trailing comma, where's that at? What is all this about? Oh, it's all the single quotes. Dang. I wonder if there's a quotes preserve option. Well, this is a little confusing because almost everything is double quoted. So what if we say false here? Okay, so the problem here is there's no consistency as to whether to use single quotes or double quotes. So I wonder if we could just get that in as one commit. It's just I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it to say just run one thing. Hmm. Okay, trailing command on single quote. Front width. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. What do I need for this? I would need Jacinth. Why is this not actually working? Because there's a lot of stuff in here. Smart towns. Film. That's where the docks are here. Okay. Unused. None of this is actually being checked. Max land. Okay, 120. Alright, we could do that. What? Please do not tell me multi-strings being allowed. Restrict. This isn't being used. I'm so confused by this. All right. So test. So let's do git restore. npm run font. Let's see. Okay. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Wait, switch dash C. 'Cause fix enforce style rules. I do want to open up this PR, which should be a different PR. Okay, git switch. Okay, there we go. .js hint or .js hint. Several style rules were defined in JS hint. However, they are deprecated and removed and were not being enforced. I transitioned these to .editor config and .prettier rc.json and added all right. Okay. Actually, I should probably just... Let's see. Bump test node via TML. That's weird. Ah! All right, let's see what else we got. Get rebase. Continue. Alright, let's see if the checks pass. Oh, I think the JS font needs to... Why does this fail? Oh no. Misleading line break. Crap. Okay, lax break must be true. Alright, let's see here. Alright, get log. Alright, let's see how this fares now. Looks like checks pass now. Huzzah! Cool. Okay, cool. So, let me go find... Oh, whoops. So this one, I might need to get switch here, and then do get, well, first get switch master. Pull. Get switch. Get switch. Okay, let's drop, run, npm format, rebase on fix don't drop real errors, npm run thumped, status, git add pretty much everything here. Well, not pretty much, add literally everything. This is a rare event. And then git commit. Alright, git rebase. Master. All right. What in the world? Isn't that strange? Okay. All right. Hopefully this all gets pulled in. What is this? So this is wrong. Need to change this. There we go. Oh, quote mark single. That one actually was. Okay. All right. So I'm done with this one. Thank heavens. Hopefully that can get approved now. That's kind of a pain in the butt to figure out those tests, but it's all good now. I wonder what needs to be done for this, by the way. Uh, uh, that was a few years ago. These just need to be closed out. Let's see. Is there anything else? Oh gosh. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. Oh, dang. And there was one other thing that we needed to check on this. There's actually probably one more PR that we need to open. Okay, so the other problem is that there's a whole nother set of errors that are that don't get triggered for this. Let me see if I can yeah, we'll go on to dash D here, dash D1. And don't worry that I'm showing passwords on the screen. This has got private networking, so you literally, there's no way for you to get to it. Okay, what was the issue? I don't think it was actually on dash D1. I think it was on one of these other ones. Hopefully that we can get to from dash D1. Maybe not. Let me go check, see what's going on here. Let me go get logged in. Okay. Huh. I don't know quite what's going on there. Let's see if I can ping. Sudo ping? But so, since when did ping start requiring sudo? I'm noticing this all over the place now. When did that happen? It's not running SSH. I don't remember what this one was for. I think what we actually need to test is API 1. Let me see if I can get into that one. Okay, there we go. This is the one we actually need to get into. And the thing that we need to test for is... So this should be correct. And it looks like this is just public information that anything can get to. But... Let's see... Oh, let's see here. Oh, man. Oh, so many things. Okay, what was I going to? I'm trying to figure out... Is it dash core lib? I think it's dash core node, actually. Okay. First, let me just npm run start and make sure that we get something here. Alright, not ready. So this one is the bad one. It doesn't work. But... trying to remember... Okay, the RPC test we fixed. Fix the RPC stuff over there. But the 0MQ stuff we need to get fixed. Is it for that? Oh, there's another thing I need to fix. Oh, what's up, Burkay? How you doing? Okay, there's one more thing I need to fix. Before I do this, there was another high priority thing that I forgot I was going to get on tonight. I actually don't know how I sign into this from there. I'm going to go sign into it on the other. I need to restart a service. Maybe reinstall it entirely. Okay. And dash node. Hmm. Uh, okay, actually, I can bring this over here. So I'm logged in to the other server, the original dash node, as it were. Teacher, does using Tailwind and Bootstrap at the same time make sense? No. That's a hard pass. No, that does not make sense. If you are building something, it depends on what you're doing too. If you're building something that you want other people to be able to use in a component-like fashion, you should use CSS. End of story. Because otherwise, it's just going to conflict with what they're doing and their framework and yada, yada, yada. You could potentially find some way to make it skinnable for them or whatever, but basically, or you just pick a framework and that's the only framework you support, and you don't try to support every framework in the universe, or even 2 or 3 of them. Just pick the one that you like and stick with it, and stick to your guns. But yeah, you don't add multiple CSS frameworks together. They're not even built in the same language. One thing that is nice about Tailwind is, if I understand correctly, and I may be wrong about this, my understanding was that Tailwind actually uses CSS, whereas Bootstrap does not. Bootstrap uses Sass. And then my understanding is that Tailwind basically has a whole bunch of CSS, and then it trims it down to give you only the stuff you're using, whereas Bootstrap, it uses Sass and it has to generate the whole thing. You are welcome. Okay, so let's see. So sudo journal sifu my node. Okay, daemon ready. Node ready. And finds. Okay. Let's see. See if I can. I just gotta check some things. Oh. That doesn't look right. Hmm. That's weird. Okay. Mm-mm. Let's see. Okay, I am running crowd node. And let's see. Okay. So I'm looking at the other screen here. Let's see, sign up maybe? Oh, and another thing, we have to upgrade Dash D. So over here, one of the things I need to do, but I need Webby. Everything's so interconnected. I might have to finish with the Dash D installer tomorrow. But it looks like if I export Webby host as beta and I do Webby-D, we don't have a help, but we do have a help. Okay, info 2, restart, Dash D. Let's see what happens when it... Okay. Let's just let that sit for a second. See what happens there. I was muted for a little bit there. Okay. I'm rebooting again. Oh, you know what? This is going to be a pain in the butt. I bet this is not going to work because now that I've migrated to V19... why did I do this? By the time... Well, it's just around the corner, so... It's just a couple of weeks until V19 is mandatory. But there was a bunch of special patches that I had to put in, which supposedly, I mean, at least experientially seem to have all been properly brought in. But my special patches are not going to work with V19. And so now I need to upgrade to the version that doesn't need the special patches. All right, so let me get back over here. And I suspect that things are going to be pretty broken. Let's do my node here, loading block index. Okay, so this could take a long time. Okay, so we're getting a different response. Oh, buddy. Now I got to change some package.jsons. And I got to run some commands. And I gotta deal with a bunch of dependency vulnerabilities. Oh, bother. We need to get that fixed. Yeah. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, it says it's ready. Alright, did an instant send. Alright, cool. So I did a sign up, I did an accept. I'm doing a deposit. That's me again right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Okay, so 2 bugs down. I don't know if I can go for a third or not. Still feeling pretty wired, to be honest. And I'm going to go back to listening to my podcast for a little bit. Okay, so from several days ago, when good news, bad news. So several days ago, when I started this other dash D node, I had set it up with the default allocation of 512 megs of memory. So the good news is that it no longer crashes when you give it not enough memory. The bad news is that it uses up all of the CPU and runs for days and days just doing swapping on the memory. The other good news is that because it is a because it's a container, I can add more CPUs and more RAM at will. Now, if I were to add more CPUs to it, it would probably just take them all to 100% no matter how many I added. But there we go. Gonna go ahead and add a couple more CPUs and 6 gigs of RAM. So let's see what that starts to look like. Okay. I add 6 gigs of RAM, and the CPU usage goes from essentially 200% to 0.05%. So it is very happy with the change. Taking the CPU limit back down, and still no CPU usage. The funny thing is the RAM usage isn't actually going up. So I don't know what to make of that. Maybe it's that 512 is somewhat of a magic number. Let me see if I can figure this out. Alright, but now we should be able to log in over to that one. There we go. Well, let me just do this on the other window here. Hey! And it might just be because I was drinking more ice-cold water, but it feels like the temperature at... Here we are at 1:26 a.m. It feels like the temperature's finally starting to come down. Alright. So let's see, what was I actually doing with this one? Mount, block ball, dash core. Let's see what all the volumes are using. Used. Doesn't make any sense. 17 megabytes. So basically it never started doing anything. That's what I'm to understand. So it got stuck in some sort of bad pattern and just never progressed. Which is interesting. I kind of prefer it crashing. Zifo. Alright, now it's synchronizing block headers. Maybe. Interesting. So I'm not sure. I preferred it crashing. I guess it's good that it doesn't crash. Because crashes, whatever can make it crash can also... It's written in C, so it's pretty much the most dangerous type of software imaginable. Whatever it is that makes it crash can make it so anybody can take over the computer and have full root access to it. So not crashing because it's C is good. If it was, any sane language from the last 50 years, then we wouldn't have to worry about that being a problem, and crashing would be more acceptable because then we know something went wrong. But basically what happened here was it just got stuck in a doing nothing loop. So, meh. Maybe because it didn't even have enough RAM to synchronize the block headers. Maybe it never got to the part where it crashes when it's out of memory elsewhere. I don't know. Anyway, let me see what else I got. So I got API 1. Do we have an API 2? I'm going to check and see if we have any software on this one. Dash D try. What? Oh, I think we just checked out the settings. Alright. Look, it's starting to get some usage out of the volume there. Oh, the storage volume isn't mounted. Oh, that makes sense. I unmounted it. Dev RDB 12. Okay. Grados block device. I got it. I got it. Cool. So that's going to run for 4 hours, so I don't need to worry about that. I'm just going to go ahead and get out of there and let it do its thing. All right, but here, I need this, whoops, VI-core node. So if we run this, it's going to connect. And I guess what I need to do is I need to set up my config. Let's do this is going to be -D1 user app and just host name, proxy command. Okay, but then for API 1, let me see if I can get this configured. I can't remember how proxy jump works, which side it goes on. Give me a second here. I need to go figure that out real quick. Okay. 103. But I don't know if this is going to work. Let's try it out. Hey, it did work. That's awesome. Which means that I can do rsync from temp -core node. Let me make sure that I actually have this on the right branch, which I don't. That's good enough, I suppose. Well, I guess I should really switch fixed on drop. Okay. So what I should do then is take this to API 1 and dash merchant services node modules dash core node. Right? Okay. Okay, so we got a connection delay and we got a warn. So what we should be able to get out of this is an error. So if I set this with no value, let's see what happens. Okay, that's good. Address must be a string. Love it. All right, now let's try to make it a bad value. Let's see if we get an error. Okay. Connection delay. All right, so That's not really a delay. That host doesn't exist. Let's see what happens if I give it this. Yeah, okay. So we still have a problem here because when this ZMQ thing should error out, we're instead just getting a delay. Oh, but wait, hold on. Let's try this one. Okay, so again, we're still not getting an error when this thing is misconfigured. So let's see. What else is going on? Okay. All right, so this is interesting. Now that's spawn config. But it looks like we might be missing this from... Are we missing this? I'm a little confused because it says that we need the TX lock. I'm just gonna delete the test stuff because there we go. So I just don't want to have to deal with the output. I'm probably also going to get rid of reg test and doc. I just want to see the code. Okay. So only 2 files. Default config. Let's take a look. ZMQ. Nothing about TX lock in here. So that's a little confusing. Default config settings. This is so confusing. So I think, even though it's not documented anywhere that I was looking at before, although I did just delete the doc folder because there was some mention of TX, raw TX. But, okay, so I need to have both of these topic strings, maybe? So on the other end, I need to enable this. And I probably need to put this... It's good that I'm doing this here, because I'm probably going to need to put all of this into the -d config. And we probably just put it in as localhost, or... Yeah, I think we would, and then somebody could change it. Okay, so we're going to do like this. But that's really weird, because there's ZMQ pub hash TX lock, but then this one wants raw TX lock, not hash TX lock. I'm really confused as to whether it's actually using that. Okay, so we may have another... I mean, it'd just be strange to me. Nobody's ever run these on 2 separate servers before and actually used the RPC host? Is that... Because this looks wrong. Init ZMQ subsocket. Okay. What was that? ZMQ. All right, so I guess on the spawning side, so the TX lock needs to be enabled on the spawning side. Yes. Okay, that's what it's saying. It's saying that on the spawning side, we need to say which things we need. On the listening side, it's just going to try to get all events regardless. So it's kind of, I don't know if misnomer is the right word, but it doesn't matter which one you pick. It's going to try to listen for all events on that socket, and it doesn't know what the key name is. It just cares about the TCP value, and it's assuming that the TCP value for TX lock and TX are going to be the same, which totally makes sense. I can't think of a reason that you'd want those to be different. But this code requires that they be the same, whereas you could configure them to be different. This code requires them to be the same. And I think I did see something about that in the docs. I'm just going to put a note here. Must be set the same as on the server. This client listens for everything on regardless of any other configuration. Just put a note there for myself. All right, so this is all nonsense. We don't need to worry about that. I'm just going to put that out of there. Okay, but we do need to figure out how do we get this error to surface, because that, I mean, the first thing I do is make a typo with it. Somebody else is going to make a typo with it. So init ZMQ subsocket. Okay. ZMQ URL. Oh no. Okay, so this goes deep. Okay, this might go too deep. Yeah, so this is down in the arena of 0MQ, and I'm not sure what we want to do. 0MQ. I think this is the latest version of 0MQ. And so I need to go open up an issue with 0MQ. But the NPM module. Alright, this brings up another issue. Hey, it's deforked. Is the other one deforked as well? No, oh no, it's not deforked. I was about to get so excited, as you could see. What? GitHub. All right. Okay, what was I doing here? ZMQ. Oh, I was coming here because somebody. What? I'm so confused. No, okay, no, this is. And that's. Oh no, that was us. That fork. This is them. Hmm. Dang. Let's see. So we can't do anything about that, can we? Hmm. Does that have new things? Uh, that's maybe a little too much. I can't remember what it means. No, okay. Dan knows JavaScript better than I do. I can count the number of people on one hand that know JavaScript better than I do. Well, that's wrong and it needs to change. Want to change that? Go ahead. But I can't in good conscience. uh, uh. I don't, I don't, I don't know how serious I am about it, but I just, whatever. All right. Anyway, so yeah, I think 0MQ is up to date, is the latest. It looks like 0MQ is unmaintained, so I don't know if there's really any value in... Let me bring this back out here. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, it looks like I've already updated this as far as it'll go. Hmm. Can't be trusted. Let's see. No. No. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're screwed on that one. I will open up the issue just because I don't know what to do. Blah 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 blah. And then I'll be done for the night. And then we'll get on. We'll finish up the Webby stuff tomorrow, and then we will get back on the merchant tools for real. We'll get out of this rabbit hole. Okay, what am I doing? No, I'm looking for node 0 MQ GitHub. JavaScript port of 0MQ. Let's see, is this MPL2? Okay, that's safe. 3 years ago, is this version 6? It's only got 72 stars, maybe that one. Yeah. It's very, very sad. Okay, so it's not... I'm so confused. Oh, these are just bots? What's going on here? It's just like... Is it just bot stuff, or... No, I don't know. Maybe it's... I don't know. This is confusing. So is it maintained or is it not maintained? I don't know. They're doing something, but it's been 3 years and it's in beta? Current stable version, see the 5-point expansion. Okay, so are they still taking issues? What's up, Epic Domain? I am just finishing up, actually. Let's see. Using bad URL doesn't throw error. Okay, can I demonstrate this? I believe I can. Let's see. Stopping while trying to connect. Where did it go? Init ZMQ subsocket. Okay, ZMQ. And what are you up to, by the way? All right, describe the bug. When using a bad URL, I would expect a failure, but instead nothing happens. All right, reproducing. npm install save. 0 MQ at 5. Let's see, ZMQ dots. Oops. This is not text.js. What in the world is that about? Hold on, what's this self? Self what? Self is this. Self? Monitor error. And this should all be console. Alright, so we do all of this. Alright. Expected behavior. Good. Clear error should be thrown. Five, 3, 1. Just want to make sure here. npm install. Make sure it is 531. I think it's 531. Yep, 531. And that's the issue. All this stuff, right? Okay. Let's go over here. I just want to cross-reference this with wherever it was. Node. Note, this is not a deal breaker, because it's not even our fault, but this doesn't solve the whole problem. But 0 MQ errors are still silenced. A workaround. Yeah. I wonder if we could parse that or something, or I don't know, what would be a good way to test that? A workaround could be to test the connection beforehand. Now putting a TCP socket. Actually, I think I can do that. I think I will do that. So what's the endpoint? Okay. Okay. Whoop. Nope, I don't want to do that. CM host is host. Is not accepting actions. Let's see, what do we call it? Connection URL, connection string. There the firewall dropping. The URL is gone. Same characters. There we go. Cannot be reached. That's a good way to put it.
Okay, so git switch master stash master git switch dash c fix 0mq vmq open socket to all right. What am I going to do here? Fix. Look around for 0mq connection bug. Ah. All right. So yeah, run the tests. Alright, cool. So let's just actually make sure this really does work. Do I still have my rsync up? Alright, so if we sit here, we wait for it to get connected, and then we count 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait. Does this have the other bug? Wait, why is this not? Alright, so what went wrong here? Okay. So what went wrong here? Just... Yeah, there we go. Hit CMQ subsocket. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. Hold on, hold on. Where did my rsync go? I know what I did wrong. Forgive me, Dash Evo, for I have sinned. There we go. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now maybe let's see. There is one thing to note here. Note. Since or maybe there is. Hold on. Wait. Can I maybe there's a better way to handle this. Let me check real quick. Because ideally we don't want to be calling process.exit. That's a dirty thing to do. But yeah, in this case, calling process.exit, since there is no error back, and this is a fatal error that would make the node unusable. Hit CMQ subsocket. Choosing 5 seconds because Alright, so is it just going to do delay over and 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 over again? Monitor, connect. Yeah, that's kind of weird. All right. Cool. I think we're good to go now. What is that? Is that the train? Is that my headphones or is that outside? Okay. Oh. All right. I am out. Thanks for tuning in. What? How is this out of date? Now, is this right? How is this out of date? What? What? It's not possible. How do I keep on? How do I keep on? I think things are out of date. All right. Okay, yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm actually done. I'm going. I'm adiosing. Thanks for tuning in. And then next time, so we'll do a part B of this. I've decided to use numbers and letters in conjunction because there are still. I think is there one more thing? If we went, I'm not even gonna look at it anymore. It doesn't matter. But yeah, maybe the next one will be back to the normal stuff, or maybe we'll have one. Well, it's going to be pretty small, I think. This one, oh, I thought this was going to be smaller, but it drags on. You find a bug, find another bug, find another bug. But hopefully, this stuff gets pushed through. I don't know. I just don't know how. I think the main thing
is that I hate it because I feel completely powerless. I feel like I live in a world where it's just being powerless. When the problems are not, there's a set of rules, and there's tools that can enforce rules, and like, there's just so many problems that I can't fathom why we still have them in 2023. It's all the soft stuff. It's all the squishy. Because the technical problems were solved long ago. Anyway, I can't remember what I do to get off this thing. Oh, there it is. It's getting kind of late. I think I pressed this button. Adios.